things like that. An 11-year-old. So Tech Kids Africa, they are doing fantastic work, and we need more of those who will go now deep into that level and try to nurture that, the innovativeness of these young people. So to me, I think it's multiple-fold. Parents, teachers, lecturers, and then the framework, which is guided by partnerships between multiple stakeholders, including county governments and others, to create hubs of excellence across the country. Just like she was saying, a lot of these things are concentrated in Nairobi. So one of the other things we're trying to do, we have a project, a small project funded by the British Council called Accelerating Entrepreneurship Support in Universities, which is geared towards developing capacity for faculty to be able to nurture and guide entrepreneurs in the institutions. So I think we need a lot more of those to be able to create a critical mass of these entrepreneurs. As I wrap up, and I don't want to say so much about what we do, but one of the other things that we do at RIARA is to connect students to the community. We require, for example, communities. As I wrap up, a few things that we need to look at: capacity building at multiple levels. We need frameworks that work, because at where we sit is like each institution is trying what works for it. But can we create a, and I like what I think is Florence who talked about toolkit. We need some of these to be provided and information to flow better across the ecosystem, so that we know there's this toolkit. I don't need to reinvent the wheel at RIARA. I can go to Florence, I pick the toolkit, customize a bit, and then we cut a lot of time trying to reinvent the wheel. That goes with the models for nurturing innovation. Finally, mentorship. A lot of mentorship, and hand-holding of people, because we are dealing with people who have been trained otherwise, and we are expecting them to behave otherwise. So mentorship is very key, and of course, partnerships. We can't do this as universities alone. We require industry. Industry requires us. We need each other. And this forum is really the best place to start for us to create those partnerships that will create openness and transparency in the way we deal with each other. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Gatelu. I want to ask Henrik, just as you close, you did mention the issue of active private sector engagement. I think that's an issue that when you look at most of the STI policies in this country, you will find public, private sector engagement across board. But I haven't seen that in very practical terms. Based on your experience, both here and abroad, what would you say are the really practical ways of having the private sector on board?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. When the German Development Corporation introduced the dual system together with a... Better? No? Yes, when the German Development Corporation, in the time when the TVET reform came, and the TVET Act in 2013, we had a lot of discussions with individual companies, with the private sector, until today. Specifically when you leave Nairobi, and I'm heading one project on the blue economy agenda of the government of Kenya to enhance the blue economy agenda in the coastal counties, 5 coastal counties and Taita County. And these are exactly some bottlenecks we see there. So the disconnection between the supply and demand side is still existing, specifically in more remote areas or in the countryside. So we're having a lot of discussions about what are the incentives of collaboration between the private sector and the TVET centers. And one aspect has been mentioned, by my colleague to the left on soft skills and work readiness skills. I mentioned it in my earlier statement of transferable skills. The feedback we got from employers is mainly forget about the technical skills, forget about like the practical skills that we can all do on the job. We can all do once the youth are here with us. But the work readiness skills, the soft skills, entrepreneurial skills, solution-oriented thinking, critical thinking, this is key for us. And that's what we hear quite often. So what's the incentive? The incentive is, as a private sector, that you get a match. You save time and you save cost, that you get the right talents for the economic opportunities you provide as a potential employer. Also in terms of growth, in terms of business expansion. So when you get the right talents, again, it should come hand in hand as an integrated model. So I want to mention one thing about innovation labs or SME support labs we integrate in the TVET centers we work with. So first of all, the TVET centers are host centers, means they are provided by the county government. We are guests there. We roll out our trainings there. And at a later stage, it comes hand in hand with capacity development, means training of trainers of the VTC stuff. So in best case, they adapt the model in the end. And then we have attached SME labs. So what do they provide? They provide business development services. But I'm not talking about a classic accelerator program like 6 months to get a micro enterprise through the whole loop of 6 months. It's costly and too time consuming. It's often not what the talents or the young entrepreneurs need. It needs an analysis first. It needs a needs assessment and really an analysis what they need. So customized, tailored training. Very often, another example in aquaculture with the fish farmers. Very often, I mean, we are not the ones telling them how to breed prawns or how to do pond management. But maybe it's about just to production of fish feed, or it's just about bookkeeping. It's about digital literacy. So these are the skills which are then often lagging. There's only 1 or 2 skills sets which provide access to market or access to finance, which allow them to open up for another product, service, a new market, a different customer setup, etc. That is often one, but for that one, it needs a really individual exchange between the learning institutions, the TVET sector, and the industry to put them together, to connect them, and bring them together at one table. And last statement, promise, on innovation. Why the Go Blue project? You talked about the tech industry and remote areas. I think that is something with innovation, everybody automatically thinks about tech and fintech and app development, but this is exactly not what we talk about in the countryside. So when I look at aquaculture as an example, again, there's the concept of aquaponics, which brings together hydroponics and aquaculture, provides food security as innovation, it's driven. So what does it need there? I mean, you can work with an app, but it's often just combining different skill sets, provide access to market and access to finance, and that's it. And then at the end of the day, it's not tech industry, but to me, one of the greatest innovations Kenya has seen. And so more think and open up for the, let's say, traditional sectors, value chains which are existing and not automatically always about tech, fintech.
Thank you very much, Henrik. And finally, just in less than a minute, Sheila, please, your parting short.
Okay, I'll try to be as short as possible. So at KTN, we believe in collaboration, convening people, ensuring that there's no knowledge exchange. And I think it's time we stop looking at the silos we operate in, especially in skill training. Government is working as government, academia is working in isolation, industry is working in isolation. And I think we need to introduce the third component to this, in especially working together, being the community or the societies we work with. So the models need to change from triple leaf these people are working together to quadruple to ensuring that the skills that we are developing is useful to the communities that we're serving. The solutions providing is informed by the communities that we are working with. So I believe it's time we ensure there's more collaboration from communities up to government. I think we also need to be very market informed especially at tertiary level when we're doing skill development. Is it possible? We have a model called Open Innovation, where you go to a big organization, you could come here and say, what is the biggest challenge you're facing today? Then you say sound. Okay. How can the students who are in the engineering school ensure that the next conference, all of that is sorted? So that, I think, ensures that the solutions that are developed are immediately solving a particular challenge that is being faced. And I think if we focus on that, forget the technology, if we need technology, well and good, it will be used, but core of it all, is it solving a need and a problem in the market? Then I think skill development will change.
Thank you very much, Sheila. You finalized it very well, that we need each other, that we need to break the silo mentality. Government, private sector, academia, and now the communities need to come together if we are really to make headway in terms of skills and talent development in this country. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that very good discussion that we've had. We want to bring this to a close now. Give a round of applause. They've done very well. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Thank you. You're not clapping the Kenyan way. The Kenyan way, you clap until they sit. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next panel. We are running short of time. 20 minutes, we started late. We need to catch up. So the next one panel is on technology for 4IR track, steering the national development through 4IR. And again, like the previous panel, this is going to be consist of two segments. The first have a keynote, and then we will have a high-level panel discussion. And want to invite Sisane, if she's to come to the podium so that she can give us a keynote address. Susanne is currently the head of policy in the Middle East and Africa, UBA. And she's been working with UBA for over 5 years, so she holds a wealth of experience in this field. So without a lot of your time, I know you have very beautiful credentials, and in the interest of time, I will want to allow you to say one or two things about yourself, and then give a keynote presentation. And if you can do that in less than 8 minutes, that would be excellent. Otherwise, 10 minutes maximum. Thank you and welcome.
Great, thank you so much. There we go. Okay. Testing 1, 2. Okay, fabulous. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Suzanne Maherali. I lead public policy for UBA for Middle East and Africa. And I'm really excited to be able to be here with you today talking about steering national development through 4IR. I'm keen to share a little bit of the experiences from UBA and a little bit as well just from my own perspectives of having kind of gone through the journey at UBA for the last almost 6 years. So The fourth industrial revolution really embodies the massive technological advances that we have witnessed over the past few years. Tech is and will continue to change the way that we live, work, and relate to one another. So I work for this little company called Uber, and when I joined nearly 6 years ago in Nairobi, there were literally 10 of us in a small room in Nairobi garage, just trying to hustle and figure out how to get this new technology out there. So the kinds of questions we were asking ourselves is, how do you convince drivers that they can actually get business through an application on a phone? Where are we even going to find these drivers? Once we found the drivers, how do you teach people how to navigate using things like Google Maps, which, you know, for a lot of us were quite foreign at that time? And then on the rider side, how do you convince someone that they can download an application and just by pressing a button, a car is going to appear and take them to their destination? We're now at the end of 2021, and we've come a very long way since then. Just in Kenya, we have over 12,000 driver partners who use the app to make a living. We have over 1,000 delivery partners that use the app to make money. Almost 700 merchant partners, so restaurants and shops, who use the app to be able to provide food, groceries, among other things. And hundreds of thousands of people across the country in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Nakuru use both Uber and Uber Eats in order to be able to move around and to be able to get the stuff that they need. So what this goes to show is simply that technology and working in a tech-enabled environment is part of our new reality, and really just scratching the surface of what 4IR is all about. Now, as a company, when we look to the future, there are a few areas that I want to touch on that we see as being very important, and not only to the growth and impact of our business, but also relate in some ways, I believe, to the way countries want to think about how to position themselves to take advantage of this accelerating pace of movement. So technology really needs to be able to address local needs. There's only so far that cutting and pasting models and solutions from elsewhere will take you. This was a really important lesson for us at Uber, given that it is literally just one app that you use all around the world. But the on-ground experience in every city you go to, from riders and drivers, will be quite different. Kenya has proven in many ways to be a great hub of innovation that has allowed the global business to successfully pilot many new ideas. Nairobi was actually one of the first cities in the world to be able to launch cash. We were also among one of the first to be able to launch boda bodas and tuk-tuks on the app, new vehicle financing models. Earlier this year, we even launched electric bodas on the app. And most recently, Nairobi was also selected as from a handful of cities to launch the Uber Pool product. So that's something that we're also going to be trying out here. And localization is really also about partnership. A few years ago, we launched a tool called Uber Movement, which essentially is an online portal that allows anyone to be able to access the Uber trip data, where you're able to see at an aggregated level trips throughout, travel times throughout Nairobi, and also speeds on the road. So what we did is we partnered with a number of different companies. One of them, Rescue, some of you might be familiar with. Some people know them as the Uber for ambulances. A company called Zindi, which is actually an online competition platform, which is looking at building data science skills in the continent, and the World Bank as well. And we had a hackathon where participants had to analyze the data, cross-reference it with Nairobi accident data, and then from there, give advice on where they believe first responders should be located to be able to get to accident sites the quickest. So as you can see, lots of different layers of technology, lots of different layers of data and analytics, which is super, super important for decision making, and something that we'll really need to think about going forward, in the way that we think about addressing the fourth industrial revolution. The panel before spoke a lot about skilling, and this is also a really big focus. both skill building as well as looking at new forms of work. Africa's labor force is characterized by informality, and we're quickly learning how informality or diverse forms of work are interacting with technology. And this transformation has never been more evident than it is now with the impact of the pandemic. According to MasterCard research, over 5 million people participate in the gig economy in Kenya. The research also says that 18% of Kenyans find gigs exclusively offline, close to 65% of workers find work primarily online, and 60% would prefer online to offline gigs. Now, technology presents an avenue through which the various opportunities in the gig economy can be seized as it reduces barriers to earning opportunities. And when performed online, the gig economy connects many more customers with products and services, creating multiple pathways to make a living through gig work. However, as gig work evolves, there are also many questions and views about what this type of work should look like. Gig workers aren't required to work a 9-to-5 job and get a fixed salary at the end of the month. They're also free to choose what type of gig and technology they use, even between competitors. And they choose when and where and how often they give their services. So really looking at these new forms of work, it's really important for us to figure out how to create a space for this kind of work to thrive, because very typically people will look at employment and independent contractors, and we need to think about how we can enable flexible work while also being able to make sure that it is well protected. So with social security and other benefits. The final point that I was going to make, and I'm almost out of time, is just around sustainability. I think this is also something super important that Uber believes in as a company, and also as we look to the fourth industrial revolution, the decisions that we make, we need to be so conscious about the impact on climate. And really, this isn't something that only one company can achieve alone. It's again about partnership. It's again about linking that ecosystem. It's about asking those right questions so that we can move forward in a way that not only accelerates progress, but does it in a way that's good for the planet. And that's it from me.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a better clap. And with Susanna, if you can take a front seat, we are not going to open for discussion now. We'll wait till we're done with the panel, and if people have questions, then they can still ask you questions. Is that okay with you? Thank you very much. So let's move on to the high-level panel discussion. And here we have 3 panelists. Ben, Robert, you can come to the podium. I'm told Linda Bonyo is not available for this discussion. But we have the third panelist, Orlo Okolo. She's going to be online. So as we begin, we want to make sure that she's online. Those who are responsible for coordination, please. Is she there? Oh, thank you very much, Ori, for joining us. I want to take this opportunity just to give a brief introduction of the panelists here for today. And Ben Robert is a company, a group chief commercial officer for the Liquid Telecom. And he has been there since 2017, but previously worked in the same company since 2006. So he has over 20 years of experience on a cross range of technologies in design, support, integration, and operation management. And he has led the group's network on product strategy, expanding its technology base, and also fiber networks across Africa. Then Ori Okolo is an impact investor and a policy advisor. So those are the 2 panelists we are going to have this afternoon in this session. And I want to begin by asking Ben to start by sharing a bit of his experience in the field of the fourth industrial revolution. And perhaps as you do so, it would be important for you to indicate how this fourth industrial revolution is influencing Kenya's development trajectory. Please welcome Ben.
Thanks. Yes, so yeah, actually I'm Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, not commercial, at Liquid Intelligent Technologies. But, you know, there are there've been a few big technology changes that I've seen, you know, what we call mega changes that I've seen in the time that I've been working building networks across Africa. You know, two of those have been this sort of shift of satellite communications to fiber and 4G and 5G, and this shift of you know, voice communications to data communications, and those basically are the you know, some of the groundwork behind this. But you know, when we talk of fourth industrial revolution, we're talking about completely new technologies, things like Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, you know, and even drones are being part of that. You know, image recognition. All of these technologies coming together to enable the platform of that's been put down by the internet to sort of do completely new things altogether. You know, I think it was you know, it was actually good to hear the keynote from Suzanne, because you know, in the time I've been living in Kenya, which is about 8 years, you know, I think that you know, Uber wasn't, you know, it was maybe not, there was a few others as well, but the coming of ride-hailing and Uber and other things, you know, isn't just a case of employing drivers and everything else. But for me, as a taxi user, somebody who uses taxis in Nairobi and other cities in the country, you know, it's completely changed the experience and way that we procure taxis, and it's completely changed the quality of the service that we have. So, you know, I actually mention it quite a lot because for me it's the most transformed industry that I've seen, you know, as a user or an industry. There are a number of industries that are really ready to be transformed, and like yesterday ready. They should be transformed a lot faster. And I point the finger a lot at banking, who I think is very bad here, and I point the finger at insurance, who's probably even worse. And so they're two mainstream industries which are really, from a service user point of view, are really doing very poorly. You know, if industries like that can adopt technology and or be disrupted by technology, one or the other, right? It's gonna become forced upon them. Then they can be transformed. But then, if we look at what is the industry that you know, stands to benefit Kenya the most by adopting for our technologies, and it's probably agriculture, because agriculture is making up such a large piece of Kenya's GDP, and you know, if new technologies, and it doesn't have to be 4IR, right? They're missing out on base level mechanization as well. But if you can implement you know, new technologies as well as you know, earlier generation technologies in agriculture, the transformative effect on food security and wealth of the country, and exports and everything else is going to have the most impact. So you know, from an infrastructure point of view, it's here. Okay, so infrastructure for fourth industrial revolution in Kenya, for me, consists of you know, one, it's the fiber optic networks, which I'm very involved in building, but they are all over the country and covering large parts, all the major cities and towns, towers, base stations, enabling then 4G and coming towards 5G. Kenya is one of the first countries in Africa with 5G technology. We've got a fully dedicated network for Internet of Things as well across the whole country, so bringing down the cost of IoT sensors as well. But this, beyond then just 4G networks, but these things, these smartphones, not every Kenyan has a smartphone, but Kenyan has one of the highest smartphone penetrations in the continent. And added to that, there is a good base of skill to innovate. So whilst we can do more, and the last conversation was about skills, we can do more, but compared to other countries in the region, Kenya's got the best base to build upon. These are key pieces of infrastructure. It's skills, it's smartphones, it's networks, it's data centers, and cloud is here as well. All of these developer clubs teaching people how to develop. It's all going. So what's stopping us, right? What's stopping us for doing these things? I think some aspects of regulation have held things back, and I think that the length of time it took to, pass regulations to even be able to fly a drone is disappointing. These things are holding back, and I see other places where I see regulation is holding stuff back and creating uncertainty as well, because regulation often isn't well thought through. It can be knee-jerk, and that causes uncertainty for estimate. And I was with Suzanne talking with some politicians recently about imposed regulation on the commissions of drivers on ride-hailing services without any particular reason or any data or research behind this, but politically motivated. We have to be careful about regulation. We have to make sure regulation is there to solve a problem. If regulation is blocking a solution, just get it out of the way. If you have regulation that is put there 50 years ago by the British, get rid of that regulation. I'm sorry. It's got to go. We have to reform and we have to move on.
Thank you very much, Ben. And let's hear from Ori Okolo. You are online, and would like to give you an opportunity to share your experience from a policy advisor perspective. How do you see the issues of fourth industrial revolution being taken in this country? Do we have the relevant policies in place to be able to address some of them, as well as the legal framework? Let's hear from you, Ori.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, even though that was the plan. Actually, from a policy perspective, one of the more depressing things is on paper, Kenya has a lot of the key policies in place. We're just not implementing them. So there's a whole question there around delivery and implementation. But I'll take a step back and say a bit of a contrarian view. Everyone knows me as a tech policy person. But I feel very strongly we actually need to industrialize. So fourth industrial revolution in Africa and in Kenya should be about actual industrialization and manufacturing and making things, then with a layer of technology on top. So I worry that we waste a lot of time chasing very fancy new IoT, AI, blockchain, crypto. Now everyone is obsessed with fintech and payments, but without actually increasing our GDP, without increasing incomes, without creating jobs, those will be very sort of esoteric things. And then I even wonder people who advise us externally, who've grown their economies by making things, expect us to leapfrog that stage. So I strongly feel that we really need to double down on industrialization, on manufacturing, on more efficient agriculture. first, using technology where it can drive efficiencies, but to think that we will grow and we will create the jobs that we need and we will create the kind of incomes that people need to have a decent quality of life through AI and blockchain, and a revolution that does not include actual industry and making things, I think, is far-fetched. And so what are a number of things that we could be doing, and why is this important? I think if you look at the demand for jobs in our country at the moment, you're not going to get there without investing in sectors that can actually, even if it's at a lower level capacity, absorb people. So manufacturing, agriculture, we're importing at the moment about 52% of our food, which is crazy. We are importing almost all our inputs, which is also crazy. And we have the second highest food inflation rate in the world after Algeria. Very crazy. And so if you just look at agriculture, for instance, and the role then that 4IR or tech can play in that space, we're doing a lot of very inefficient farming. We're farming things for sentimental reasons. We shouldn't be doing maize, we shouldn't be doing small scale. And just investing in more efficient farming methods, both through whether it's cooperatives, whether it's aggregating farmers, and there are a number of startups that are starting to work on that, and reducing the cost of food. That drives money for consumption, so that we can if you're not spending 50% of your income on food, you can spend it on other critical things like education and health, and even just consumption. So yes, we have, for instance, high smartphone penetration, but you can afford data. So if you look at our actual data use, we're still lagging behind. So I think one is for me that we need to sort of invest in the fundamentals and then layer technology on top, which are two other areas that I think have high potential. In addition to agriculture and manufacturing, health, we've seen through COVID both the opportunities around telemedicine, around improved diagnostics. Again, we layer it with manufacturing. We're importing almost all our medication, and that's how you end up with KEMSA scandals and a whole bunch of inputs that there's no reason why we couldn't be producing those in Kenya efficiently. And even opportunities for medical tourism. And then finally, I would say on the skills component, which I won't harp on because that's I think was raised in previous panels. I think we almost have it upside down with CBC, where we should be teaching the fundamentals and make sure everybody leaves with a certain level of functional literacy. I mean, the fact that by year 8 we're saying it could possibly be over for you, year 6, I don't know what it is, rather than taking the CBC to TVETs, where then you can say, okay, what competencies and skills do you have at the TVET level, and doing a lot more around vocational. We've started a little bit around vocational training and so on. But I do worry, we're focusing a lot on tertiary in this conversation. But if I look at CBC as it's being rolled out now, we have a huge risk of expanding inequality under the guise of competency-based learning. And so I'd want us to revisit the role of education. It should not be for jobs and for industry, but it should be to allow, by the time you're leaving school, a functional level of literacy and sort of dignified paths to earning income and to living a dignified life. So I'll stop there. Those are some of my key issues.
Thank you, Ori. Thank you, Ori, for those good thoughts. I will be coming to you shortly, but before I do that, are there any questions that you'd like to field to the panelists? Any questions for people who are in the room? Okay. I don't see any questions. In terms of any questions, I'll give the panelists and together with Sisani again here Just 1 minute each to share their last thoughts. Okay, Susanne.
So, I mean, actually, just reflecting on what is it? It's on. Can you hear me? Yeah, the angle maybe. No, I was reflecting on what Ori was talking about, and I think the points that she was making just really resonated with me. When we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution and we're talking about it with a tech lens, in many ways, that's the natural thing that we do immediately. Sometimes we forget some of the basics, which were covered in the previous industrial revolutions. So I think really focusing on going back to basics is also fundamental, because if we don't have a solid foundation, then we don't really have anything that we can build off. As things get more complicated, as everything starts moving faster. So yeah, I mean, I think that was really my big takeaway when it comes to things, and also just really when it comes to the fundamental of people and skill building and work. Thank you.
Look, I think it is good. I know he's talking about bringing it back down to earth. I think it's a good point, actually. I mean, it's certainly, if we're here talking fourth industrial revolution, and maybe we've missed out on certain aspects of the second and third in particular. Maybe we are jumping a bit too far, but definitely the absolute point I really agree with is about making stuff. I mean, more manufacturing and making stuff, and making capabilities, that can be done, with new technology and robotics, as well as as AI as well. And just one area I am seeing this is in it's one of the technologies I mentioned in the pillars of the fourth industrial revolution is Internet of Things, but we are seeing companies now have started making factories to place electronic components to make Internet of Things devices in Kenya, and that's great, because it's actually very hard to make a full factory to produce a laptop or something. This requires very advanced manufacturing, actually. But if you're just making more simple electronics, like an IoT device, it's quite doable. And it's amazing that electronics manufacturing has never taken place in Kenya. That many radios must have been sold in the last 60 years, or 100 years of radio in Kenya. But no one's been making radios in the recent times. So, electronics manufacturing is very adaptable, and you can various things. So I think it is good to get down to basics, but I still believe that in hand with these things, that we can not entirely leapfrog, but I think that there are good examples of industries that can be completely transformed, that are already tech savvy. So those that are come from lower tech bases may take a bit more, but I think industries that are already embraced in tech can do a lot better.
Thank you very much, Ben. Finally, Ori, your last comments, less than a minute. If you can do that in less than a minute, we would appreciate.
As an either or, I do agree, to get us there faster. I think Kenya really, there's no reason why we should not be a double-digit growth country, and why we should not be the largest economy in Africa. If we just get our politics also in the fourth industrial revolution and more fit for purpose, all the fundamentals are there. And as long as we just don't ignore both the importance of making things and then doing them efficiently and at scale through technology. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We brought in those very issues, going back to the basics. I think that's what really comes out, going back to the basics. We're talking about fourth industrial revolution, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, 3D printing, TICs, and many of those. But how are they impacting on us. How did we fare on in the third industrial revolution? Going back to the basics. That should bring us to the end of this afternoon session. I want to thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, one is online and the gentleman is here. For finding time to be able to share those very good thoughts with us. So shall we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much. And with that, that brings me to the end of the sessions that I was chairing. I think I'll want to invite, is it Harry? I think is the next chair, so that he can take up from there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. There's too low energy in this room. Low energy is not allowed in an innovation summit. Okay? So stretch, stretch, stretch. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to them. Tell them you're enjoying the sessions. Yeah? If you can do a high five, do a high five. Yeah? Are you enjoying the sessions? Yeah? Excellent, excellent. So I have a proposal. Okay. We're supposed to do a live which we just done, right? We've done it, right? Yes. So I'm thinking we just run through the two panels and then we can go for break. Because if we take a break, we're going to lose another 30 minutes and then we'll close too late. Are we understand? Excellent. Anyway, innovators are cool people. Yeah? Innovators are cool people. So in this session we have a panel, sorry, we have a keynote address talking about commercialization. Commercialization is a big thing, guys. As people who are talking about innovation, we need to be able to see how that innovation is going to turn out and generate revenues and build our economies. So it's a big deal. So we'll be talking. We have McLean, Dr. McLean Sibanda, who is also the author of Nuts and Bolts, and a big innovation based out of South Africa. He was at one time the CEO of the Innovation Hub. Really cool guy. So we'll do a keynote, but this will be a recorded video, covering issues. Then we'll have a panel, a high-level panel. One of my favorite people, Professor Tugam, Dr. Nathan Kalimba, Dr. Gishigi. This name is okay, so Kamau. Dr. Kamau, to talk about seeing opportunities and also where we have challenges and what we need to do. Now, to switch gears a bit, the startup side, I have one panel Stability, Thomas, Tesla, just Jessica, if we can still get her online, Jessica Colacho. So let's land. So I think let's start with Dr. Sibanda's video, if the technical guys can roll that. Please
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be talking to you today. And I'd like to apologize for not being able to join you in person, but the recent Omicron variant has imposed severe travel restrictions, and I'm currently stuck in Accra, but it's a pleasure to be able to address you today. I'd like to also congratulate Dr. Tony Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be talking to you today, and I'd like to apologize for not being able to join you in person. Stuck in Accra, but it's a pleasure to be able to address you today. I'd like to also congratulate Dr. Tony Omwasa and his team at Kenya Innovation Agency and everybody that has been working hard to bring on board the Kenya Innovation Week. For those of you that have not met me, my name is McLean Sibanda. I'm the Managing Director for Big and Global Limited, which is an infrastructure development company. And I've spent over 15 years in innovation. My last post being as CEO of the Innovation Hub in Pretoria, and have worked across the continent with entrepreneurs, innovators, and innovation enablers in different innovation ecosystems. So my intervention today is really perhaps to provide some perspectives on commercialization. And I'd like to kick off by saying that it's not about ideas, but it's about making ideas happen. And that is what commercialization is about. It's a difference between invention and innovation. Because ideas are for free, and in essence, the process of invention is when we come up with potential solutions to existing challenges. But commercialization is when we work hard to make.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamau Gashige. I run Gearbox. Gearbox is a hub to encourage those who have good ideas for products that need to be manufactured to be able to do so from a very hands-on, practical way. I have taught at the University of Nairobi in engineering for very many years. I was involved in the innovation center there, setting up a science and technology park in the past. And that's really what led to setting up of Gearbox. Gearbox is a non-profit. We have two for-profit companies. One is called Mashinani, or Machine Africa Network of Industries. And there's a second one called Gearbox Europlacer. And in fact, that's, I believe, what Robert, the last session, was referring to when he spoke about people manufacturing electronic circuitry in the country. We are one of quite a small number doing that here. Thank you.
Excellent. So I want us to just dive in. Why is operationalization of innovation and research important?
Okay, so as you heard, my background is in university. So universities are where the knowledge is to be taught and also generated. And if you can't do that adequately, the entire fourth industrial revolution is built upon that process being done both in universities and in companies that have the, I could almost say, luxury to be able to do R&D. But very often it's national governments that make it possible for the high-risk work of R&D to be done within the university setting, where young minds and older minds come together to be able to make that possible. But fruit of that enterprise, that whole endeavor to come up with new ideas and innovations, and in a country like this, where those innovations are tailored to our own marketplace, the fruit, which is the ideas, are just the first step. If those ideas remain simply as ideas and are not able to diffuse into the marketplace, and that is where commercialization comes in, then in fact, it's basically a waste of time. And so it's extremely important to be able to have an efficient commercialization ecosystem, because that's when the impact will be felt by the citizens of any given country. And so in a nutshell, that's why commercialization is so critical.
Yeah, do you want to give it a shot as well?
My colleague here has put it very well. I don't think I can improve on it, except to say that in any given university, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of innovations every year, and all of them are gathering somewhere.
Okay, so that now brings me to the next question, which is why?
Well, I think the very nature of our university, our researchers, our postgraduate students and so on, their motivation is to write papers, to get their postgraduate degrees, to get promotions, to get recognition by peers. They are not business people, and they do not think beyond what they are doing. So there has to be an intervention of sorts to bring it out there.
No, not too fast. So what kind of intervention are we talking about?
At JQuat, what they decided was to start a company which can try and deal with that issue. Try being the operative word. Huh?
Come on.
Yeah, just to build on what my colleague here said, it's necessary for an ecosystem to be built up, and specifically within the context of the backdrop being the fourth industrial revolution. It was probably a lot easier a couple of decades ago for poorer countries to be able to build on the knowledge that they build locally, or even import from outside to grow their economy. Now with the fourth industrial revolution, if specific interventions are not made at the policy level in particular, then the ecosystem necessary for this to happen will not naturally evolve. In fact, this covered, there's a wide range of factors that are necessary to put into place. I did some work with the World Economic Forum. There's a council there called the Global Council on the Future of Manufacturing that I sat on for some years. And in that context, we did some work on how any given country can look at this problem or this challenge of the fourth industrial revolution and how not to get left behind. And there were two elements. One was to take a snapshot of the economy in its current state and to say, this is where we are. And the tools used, according to this study that we had done, was number one, to determine what is the economic complexity in that given country. And in a short phrase, this can be captured as the idea of how many different products that you need can you competitively make or manufacture within your country. So it's one thing to be able to make any of the things that you see around you, even the chair that you're sitting on, but to do so competitively is something else altogether. And then the second factor from the snapshot perspective is looking at the scale of the economy of that particular country. And so once you have that picture, there were 6 drivers from a policy perspective that we were recommending could be used by policymakers. And 2 of them were technology and innovation, and the second one was human capital or human resource development. And that's what I guess both of us represent both of those, because the technology and innovation is being developed by people within a university setting. The other 4 are for governments, and they covered global trade and investment, institutional frameworks, sustainable resources, and the demand environment. And so if you're able to crack the first 2, technology and innovation, you have a lot of innovations, thousands of innovations sitting in, and I completely attest to that. There's so many innovations that are the result of final year projects, master's projects, PhD projects that just sit and do nothing because the ecosystem hasn't been developed. Secondly, you have human capital. Kenya is very gifted in this particular space. If you think about like the most advanced car manufacturing plant in the world at Tesla, I visited the person who took me around, Charles Mwangi, young Kenyan guy. He had 400 engineers working under him, directly reporting to Elon Musk. We have the talent. And so it's only that, where is it? What are we doing to bring it together? So, and the point I'm making is that if you master those 2, the technology and innovation and human capital, but the other 4 remain undeveloped, then this ends up being an exercise in exhibitions, showing what you can do, but the commercialization hasn't been achieved in that respect. So this is really important. And one other point I'd like to make is that the commercial environment, normally we consider it marketplace, but the marketplace can be deeply influenced by government. So government is the biggest procurer in any country. So if government is able to make a policy, and we know it's the case in Kenya on paper, that the government will do the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya type policies, and break it down even further to make sure that women and youth and disabled persons are particularly taken care of within that context. If that's not done in a real way, then you're missing a huge opportunity, because the government can, from its own resources, treasury, which is taxpayer money, actually do a lot to develop the commercial space. And that includes the military as well. And we know military in many different countries is a special category of consumer of taxpayer money. They don't have the many layers of oversight others do. And that has been used to great effect in countries that have the vision to be able to grow their own economy. So Kenya, even as small as this space is, can still do a great deal to grow the space by focusing its own taxpayer money on procuring from its own. I think
that sounds very interesting, and I think it sounds very doable. But when you look at, so for instance, at JKUAT, you guys manufactured some laptops, right? So why can't the other research go into the same kind of channels to be able to produce and manufacture other things? What are the challenges that you guys have?
You said manufacture what?
Laptops. Yeah. Okay. You did that, right? Or did I get it wrong?
Yes, there has been a laptop production unit, but I'm not directly involved in it, so that is another entity. So I would rather talk about what I do know about. Okay. Some of the things which we've dealt with are in food, like agricultural production, biotechnology. Tissue culture is not new, it's been there forever. But one of the first researchers who brought it into the Kenyan context was one of our staff. And she worked with bananas, and we are the ones who produce the bananas, right? We put the setup, we produce the bananas. But more than that, we commission other forms of biotechnology, right? When it comes to food, we do have factories, by the way, but they are food factories. So we have one which deals with flour. We have one that is dairy. We have one that deals with livestock feeds. And we have one which is more like pasta. Yeah, pasta products. Yeah.
And these are factories that are producing these things at scale to sell to the public.
Well, we look at ourselves as proof of concept people. So we do have factories, like our flour factory is capable of producing 1 ton per hour. But we do not see ourselves as Unga or anything like that. We see where we like to be is to come up with products that would interest the likes of Unga. Yeah, but in the meantime, we do actually make the products and sell them. Okay. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, you have. And you see, I'm driving at something, because you see, so if you go up to that level, so you need a commercial entity to in so that they kill. Is that correct, Dr.?
Generally speaking, yes. And when you get it right, a good example would be Israel. They make sure that whilst they own those factories entirely, 100% probably, or they could do a joint venture, but they should have the majority control. They then give out the running of it to entirely commercial unit. What I did with Gearbox, me and the people that put it together, was supposed to have been done at the university. But because of very burdensome bureaucracy, so that if I wanted to order a bunch of pens, it had to go through central procurement, and there has to be, they sit down and meet and so on and so forth. That kills it. But if you have an entity owned by the university that operates with the agility of a regular company that's out there in the marketplace, that accounts for what is done after the fact, rather than having to do what I just described, then you start to find that it'll grow like any other company would, and be able then to give back and reduce the university's dependence on treasury for its own existence. But if what most institutions do is they place those under their own staff, which you have to be very lucky to get the right person who can, and it's possible. But typically you might want to look outside in the marketplace to get somebody who has been doing it in the marketplace to come and run it, but be answerable to a board of the university.
So I'll take some questions if there are any. Just raise your hands. So I'll ask one question, then I'll come to you. Okay. So there's something really, and you guys I think are in the right age, because I think innovation research has not started now in Kenya. I remember I was so proud to see Kenya produce a car called Nyayo Pioneer. What went wrong there?
Okay, so I happen to have been on the board of the company that did that, not at the time that they did it, but a decade and a half later. But I do have some understanding of the history. And it was mostly political interference. So it was a political initiative, which was great. So the president of Kenya at the time challenged the engineers and said, "You're engineers. You know how cars work. Make a car." And the academic community said, "Okay, buy us the equipment." And that's what he did. And so before you knew it, Mitsubishi was knocking on the door saying, "Can we partner to be able to make Mitsubishis in Kenya with this partnership?" And that's how a lot of countries build their own auto brands, through joint ventures, because you're partnering with countries that have done it for a long time. And to go head to head with them is almost impossible without really major protectionist type policies that may or may not work. And so what happened then is that, let's just say, to avoid any libelous statements, there was...
No, you're allowed to, man. You're allowed to.
It's been some couple of decades, right? So there was interference of the political nature and corrupt type of, overtones that meant that it died. And since then, there's been many other attempts. There was an attempt to make lathe machines. 100 lathe machines were made at NMC, the same numerical machining complex. They work, they're mechanical, and they were to be sold to universities. But again, because the ecosystem is not as fluid as it should be, they actually they take a tour. You'll find the one vehicle made there. There were a couple actually, but one of them there, and 100 lathe machines sitting there. They work very well. And so there's kind of like an abortion of purpose, because the other parts of the ecosystem that I've been mentioning were not put into place to make it work as it should have.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that?
The only thing I'd like to add is something my esteemed colleague said earlier. At JKUAT, Enterprises is a completely private company. It does not get funding from government or even from the university. And we do not have the layers of bureaucracy that...
Okay, good. Okay, Picky Ponky.
Good afternoon. I'll be very quick. I so happen to to be leading an American university in Africa. And so the question, I'm just stuck on why you self-censor. You do all the research, you do all the innovation, you have the companies, and you don't go to market yourself. Because we have, so I'll mention just 2 enterprises at Arizona State University, and that's why we continue to rank the #1 school in innovation. We have a learning enterprise that does all the credentialing, all the certificates, all the degrees, your traditional stuff. Then we have the knowledge enterprise. That's where we do a lot of our research, innovation, channel companies. I've just shown my colleagues, we've just received a grant from NASA, $130 million, which includes building a commercial space center in Kenya. We did not say because there are people in the space, there are people in the space industry, we will reach here. So I'm struggling. So what is stopping you from, because you have the organization the same way we have it, but why are you not doing it yourself?
Okay, give the mic to Sheena. Then let's take all the 3. There was another one. Yeah, so we'll take all the 3 questions and we answer.
So my question is actually a follow-up from Philip's, which is, I understand what you're saying about academia being research, etc. But why can't you partner with business people as well? As in why, I think Philip's question was put probably more aptly, is why are you stopping? But you don't, if you've got the innovators, you've got the academia, you've got the research, and you're right, I've been looking at the amount of research that's been done in universities, and I mean Gearbox and some of the things that you've done have just been so impressive. But I think the question is, why does it just have to be the same innovators who have to become business people? Why can't we, what's stopping you from having kind of business partnerships? I don't really see successful business. So when you go to, for example, Stanford, you have these big business leaders coming in and sharing and encouraging and motivating and creating these partnerships. Do we need kind of maybe innovators don't have to be the business people, right? But how do we bring in more of these kind of efficient partnerships to then reach to Philip's point, which is scale and think bigger?
Good question. The last question there, then we can go to my panel. Do you have any questions from the online audience?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen from Nakosti. The question I wanted to ask, especially the madam from Jomo Kenyatta University. I know Dr. was in charge of the IHAP. Was it called IHAP? Lab for fabrication at
Lab.
Lab Fab at University of Nairobi. I visited when you are doing it without. But the question is, I've visited also JKUAT and I've looked at what they've been doing. How come these innovations or the products you make have not been able to break even in the market? Has it to do with maybe the cost of production? Is it something to do maybe with how they look like? And is it possible for us? Because one of the things that has actually made us not be able to do these things is we don't have actually somebody who produces molds that can produce on a larger scale some of these items. Is that the problem? And I really liked somebody from Kirida, I know a member is here, she will not actually stand up and answer it. To tell
Where
us.
is she? Where is she?
You will get
Where
to
is
know tomorrow. What is the role of Kiridi in this case? Can it be able to provide leadership, especially in providing molds? Because I know these bottles, when you see most of them here are produced in Kariobangi. Why? Because we are able to make those small molds there. But why are we not making molds to make spare parts of, let's say, the laptops?
Sawa, got the question. Back to you guys. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try and answer the questions from this part of the auditorium. We do this. The sort of that we do is roughly in its infancy. JKUAT Enterprises has been operating for 15 years, and in those few years, it has had to do. Well, the beauty of it is we can think out of the box. We can, in fact, I went there about 13 years ago, And the reason I agreed to go there was because we could actually do exactly what we wanted, which is very rare, as my colleague would say. We are not really hampered by what we can do. We do partner with business people, but we've not been able to do it on a large scale. So for example, we do have the private sector, like we had a flower farm that needed the protocols for roses, for tissue culturing roses. They commissioned us to do it, and we did it. Yes, commercially, that is one way. We are not averse to partnering, but I don't think we are in the same space as yet, right? And as for whether we do put our things out there, we do put our things out there, but we are not set up and we do not have ambition to be really big manufacturers. Our strength is innovation. Our strength is that R&D is very easy for us, right? So when it comes to food, for example, a PhD student might come up with a food that when it is fed to children, really improves their parameters, their growth parameters. In fact, we have such a product made out of flour of one of the vegetables or something in the country. And it was tested in the most ordinary hospitals where the poor people are. And when compared to the control group, these children were performing 80% better, whether it is weight, whether it is alertness, whether it is bone density or what have you, when they are fed with this particular flour. Now, it behoves us to actually start the process of putting it out there. But we are not going to be able to feed the whole of Kenya or the whole of Africa as a university. So yes, we do put things out there, but we've not tried to put them in a big scale.
Okay, very quickly, 30 seconds. I am a businessman. I have a sawmill, flour mill. I want to partner with you. What do I need to do?
Just approach us. We are always ready to talk.
Okay, business people, you've had that. Approach them. Okay.
Yeah, so I would agree with what has just been said. I think specifically there needs to be a culture and a history that can be built upon. I dare say that Philip, in the position that he is with the Thunderbird School, you have a certain exposure and so on and so forth. So for you to be able then to have a conversation out there with NASA or somebody isn't that difficult because there's an entire build-up. Now, very often the universities have been quite isolated and the researchers there as well, but it's not a uniform thing. So that in spaces like the food research, there's been a lot of great stuff. As far back as the 70s, people get excited about ICT and IT generally in Kenya, which has earned us the moniker of Silicon Savannah. But in the 70s, a lot of the seeds that we grow today were developed at University of Nairobi. Kenya Seed Company would sell them, never gave a shilling back to the university. There was no ecosystem to be able to make that happen. And we've been trying to chase the money. When I was at University of Nairobi before, and it's quite difficult because the money is not there right now. But anyway, so the point then is that we need to build a culture. So events like this are important. You've just heard of certain innovations and an announcement has been made. This is what will grow that ecosystem and an appreciation from the private sector of what is actually available. Look at ISIPE. ISIPE now, in the same sense that we go out to study in Europe and so on, a lot of people from those countries come here to do their research on entomology after Professor Odhiambo set that up in the 80s and earlier. So it's something that has to be built upon. The kind of research money that's attracted into Kenya for medical research, particularly around HIV and molecular biology, which is a central part of the fourth industrial revolution, which is usually forgotten in these conversations, is tremendous. There's a lot of money coming into Kenyatta National Hospital from various sources for that kind of research. So I think it's a matter of, I would say, greater focus. The policy environment in particular should be able to be set up because a lot of the research, like if you take the question of molds, and this is an area that we work on ourselves, the sophistication of molds requires a lot of hands-on practice so that you can have a very high-performing engineer who hasn't actually themselves made a tool for injection molding or blow molding, which there are certain aspects, it's beyond the shape, it's the runners, there's various technical things that have to be in place. And so if we had the structured partnerships with industry that make that possible, and it could be industry outside the country, that help to build the internal competence in that. So it's beyond what you're taught from an academic point of view until such a time that a practitioner who is Kenyan or not, or from anywhere in the world, comes to teach within the university, and we're not currently set up for that. That kind of a person would come, almost do it pro bono, because they've finished their career and they're coming back to give. So they're not coming to the university for a salary. They're coming because they want to give back. That isn't the case right now. So you'll find a lot of people going into lecturing when they went, to do this first class at your bachelor's, and you're convinced by your lecturers to come and become a tutorial fellow, and you sort of build that way, but you haven't necessarily had the opportunity to be out there as an engineer in the practical field. And so what you're giving to your students is barely beyond what's in the textbook, even though you have the capacity to be able to grasp it. So these are all ecosystem matters that need to be sorted out so that we can tease out the best ecosystem to take us to where we want to go. And again, I go back to this question of what the government can do, being the biggest procurer. So with this question of economic complexity as an analysis, a very interesting map has been drawn of about 120 countries by this group. And if you look at the Kenyan drawing, it's basically a lot of dots, and where the dots are, industries occur. So if I take, for example, fish industry, this is the example they give in the paper actually. If you've developed a cold chain structure for fish, to take it from the lake to the port and so on, then to be able to take one step to the right or left, and to be able to do the same thing for cut flowers or some other product that requires a cold chain is quite easy. So those are the complexity aspects. And if you look at all the exports in Kenya, the major exports, cut flowers, if you look at the oil refinery products, you look at coffee, you look at tea, they're all outside of the zone. And so from a policy perspective, any of the companies working, like the tea factories in Kericho, imagine that a gear breaks down. If that tea factory was India, it would probably be less than 5 kilometers to the solution. Some place where they'll fix it, and in a couple of days you have it fixed and you put it back on the line. In Kenya, we'll probably send it to that same factory in India and get it back in 6 months. He is the biggest foreign exchange earner, but it's much less efficient than it should be. It's inefficient, I'm sorry. Much less efficient than it should be. So if the government makes decisions that now come and see you guys at the university, here is some of that hard-earned revenue from tea, 1% for you to do the research, to make sure that you're able to do what's necessary to serve that industry. And then you start to see changes happen. And then what was mentioned by Sheena, joint ventures with companies from outside. We were approached by Bosch, and Bosch said this was a numerical machining complex when I was on the board, and they gave a drawing for a shaft from a grinder, one of the many hand tools that they make. And they said, if you can make this efficiently, we want 750,000 a year, and that's just the first product. And I visited them in Germany. They told us they want to manufacture tools, drills, all this in Africa for the African market, which is growing like no other market in the world presently. And so we need to be able to capitalize on that. Then last point quickly, I got an email from the Nigerian National Sovereign Fund. Yeah. And I was shocked that they had one. And it's $1 billion, so it's not a game. It's small compared to many others in the developed world, but it's a big step forward. So until we get to that point, so the government says, let's put up money and say this money is here to develop key industries that are selected on the basis of something like the economic complexity analysis, to say it better be around tea, it better be around the big export earners. Then you bring in the brains at the university and have a database where Kenyans who are working out there can now find a way to come back home that will be, worth their while. Then you can start seeing change.
Awesome, awesome. I think it's, yeah, please clap. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing listening to you and looking at all these opportunities that are there, but we have these key policies and dysfunctional regulations that So we need to close. Tell me, just give me one thing that we probably need to do for us to move forward. Just one.
I think that the universities, now I'll only talk about universities, probably we need a mindset change. I don't think they take it seriously enough, but it could be even a big money earner for them in the future if they took it more seriously.
My comment would be a build up on that, and really that in any country, the most important resource is human. And if we could do whatever we do, we've got the big four and so on, and then focus on developing the people within the country to be able to do more. It's skills, it's the more highly educated, but it's also the low education. There's big steps being done from for example, with the recognition of prior learning, which is being put into place by NITA, the National Industrial Training Authority, and I happen to chair the board. That is something that is phenomenal, because it says anybody who's out there, let's say, for example, you were taught by your uncle how to weld, you come into a center, we assess your welding capacity, we give you a grade, you can get up to the equivalent of a postgraduate certificate without ever having stepped into a school of education, using the RPL setup. And that means that you're activating your population in new ways. And wherever you have shortcomings, you're told, if you do a course like this or like that, then you can get your level up. And so if we focus on the top, but on the bottom as well, then the human resource is what will build the solution.
Excellent. My grandpa taught me how to do plumbing, so I'll go to Nita. Thank you very much. Please clap for my panelists. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I'm not going to try to summarize this. Yeah, thank you. We are rolling straight into the next panel because we have one of the panelists who is online. This is a startup movement. Yeah, the startup movement in Kenya, status, successes, and challenges. Do we have our panelists? I can't see them. And I didn't grow ears behind here, so. Okay, Jonas, hi. Yeah, the startup movement in Kenya, status, successes. I think I also have Esther. Esther's here? Yeah. Do we have our panelists? I can't see them here. Jess, I know you have to drop off, but please bear with us.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, Jonas, hi. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Tony,
Hi.
how you
Should we
doing?
just
As well?
have the Esther?
Yeah?
Esther's here? Okay. Yeah. So we're in an innovation summit. So we are not, because we need to see those guys. Oh, they're there. Okay. So we can. Okay. We were going to just stand and talk. Okay. Hi. Okay, so quickly, maybe we just get everybody to introduce themselves. We'll start with the guys online. Start with you, Jess. Just tell us who you are, what you've done, and why we are talking to you about the startup ecosystem. I think Jess dropped off. Did she? Hey, Jess.
Hi.
Yeah, just introduce yourself. Who you are, what you do, and why we are talking to you about.
I think Jess dropped off.
The startup.
Is she?
Hey, Jess.
Hi.
Yeah, just introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Who you are, what you do, and why we are talking to you about.
I think Jess dropped off.
The startup.
Is she?
Can I talk to you?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Also.
Hello. Hi everyone, my name is Jessica Colasso. I have been in the startup scene for over 15 years. I started out as a computer scientist, trained over 500 developers way back in 2006 and 7, while working as a management consultant at Strathmore, and then started the first tech hub in Kenya in 2010 with Eric Hirschman, and left after 6 years and became an entrepreneur in HR tech right now, and also very keen on the logistics industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. Jonas, please introduce yourself. I think we have a serious static, latency. So let me talk to Esther. Who are you? Who are you?
Hi, Dr. Tony. Are you asking me? I think I lost you for a few seconds.
Yes, Jonas, tell us who you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for that. I'm actually in Mogadishu, and I think I'm having a little bit internet issue, but let me go ahead. My name is Jonas Tesfu. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Pange Accelerate. We worked with over 200 startups, mainly based out of Kenya. And we also work with scale-ups in Africa. I also have the privilege of being in the technical committee of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. I've been looking forward to this panel and to the Kenya Innovation Week for a long time. So I'm very happy to be with you, Dr. Tony.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Esther, back now. Who are you?
Clearly the one who missed the memo. I should have been online. Nobody told me this. But yeah, my name is Esther Ndeti. I'm investment lead at Unconventional Capital. We go by ANCAP for short. And what we are is an early stage investment funding platform, where we're trying to democratize early stage funding, invest in as many early stage businesses across Africa as possible, doing that really, really early ticket size, at 10 to 50K, which is not easy to find, to get you through the initial hurdle, the initial value of death, across every sector. Focused on 4 countries for now, but looking to scale this up. So we're looking to do investments at scale in the future. So currently we have 27 businesses that we've invested in. We're currently going through a due diligence process where we'll invest in another 100 in the next few months. And then we'll open up our rounds of applications again and do this again, and more businesses going forward. But I was listening to Jessica introduce herself in 2007. Dr. Gashigi was my university lecturer at University of Nairobi. So it's always interesting coming back to see him in platforms like this. I don't know if you remember me. I was the only one who knew how to do a PowerPoint presentation. But that's just a joke, by the way. But then, so I have a background in mechanical engineering. Did not want to do the traditional route, working in a corporate sector. Tried to have a startup immediately out of the university. I like to call myself a recovering entrepreneur. And then I moved into the ESO space, where I worked for Andy, which is a network of impact investors and various entities in the impact space. And then for the last 5 years, I was executive director at the East Africa Venture Capital Association. But then I'm very passionate about startups and early stage businesses. And so now I'm at ANCAP, where I get to work with them directly.
Excellent, excellent. So I want to go back to Jessica. So Jessica, 15 years ago, when you guys were starting iHub, to today, if you were to do an evaluation of 0 to 10, where 0 is like the very least and 10 is the best, where would you say, what would you say we've done as a country in terms of growing our startups?
Wow, you're measuring that on a quantifiable level. Are you gauging it on a scale of 1 to 10 today or 15 years ago?
No, today.
Harry, we've got a long way to evolve the startup system. So I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, we are at 5. And I'm being quite conservative because 15 years ago, there was no startup ecosystem in Kenya. The startup ecosystem came about in 2011 during the Pivot East competition, whereby a Time Journalist magazine actually coined the term the Silicon Savannah. And that's where we actually saw startups actually pitching, like what we see Techstars at that point in time and Y Combinator in this day and age. And then the rise of accelerators coming up and Pangea coming up, where people could actually join a cohort and get mentored, get access to markets, capital, team. So 10 years later, we're still halfway through. I would even say less than halfway, because we are like on our first, probably going to our second wave of the growth of startups in this country. So we have a long way to go in terms of enabling the startup ecosystem.
And maybe you can start this, but then Jonas can take it up. What would you say are the major challenges?
Well, the major challenges I see with startups right now, it was not like 10 years ago, which is access to angel capital and VC capital. Clearly, we've seen a growth in the last 2 to 3 years on various forums like Brighter Intelligence and the other reports that are actually generated out there. Nigeria and Kenya have been doing really well in terms of injecting VC capital and angel capital into the startup ecosystem. I think a major challenge facing startups right now is access to good talent. Access to talent whereby at different levels of growth, from MVP to the next level of product market fit to the next level of growth. I think startups do have a lot of challenges when it comes to finding good talent in this market and globally as well. What's the right fit for the actual market? And the next thing, apart from talent, is access to valuable partnerships that can actually scale them from one country to another. I let my colleague Jonas actually build on this.
Yes, please, Jonas, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. I fully agree on the talent. Access to talent has become a huge problem, and we see that when working with many of the scale-ups, that's one area that they all kind of struggle, and they all need support, try to understand where should they recruit from, how should they recruit, and what kind of HR organization building strategy makes a lot of sense. When it comes to value-adding partnerships, I also fully agree there. What you start seeing now is that you can find two growth companies that are what do you say? In a way, not completing themselves, but like they're a very good synergy. They're a very good match. And you can see that one business is operating maybe in East Africa, the other one in West Africa, or maybe one is on a growth path, then the other one tags along. So as one growth company is scaling, so does the other one. Another level of partnerships is affiliate partnerships, where you start seeing a lot more interesting things. And the last level of partnership is probably power couples, where you can see that a fintech startup wants to create a neobank and leverages the infrastructure of an already existing commercial bank, for example, in Kenya. So then, when a big player innovates together with a small player, that is also extremely interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. Probably 5 years ago, if I asked this question, The first answer will be capital. Yeah, that will be the first answer. That the problem is capital. The challenge is capital. So now we're talking about skills. We're talking about partnerships. I think it's interesting to hear this. And back to you, Esther. So there's this new report that has come out, and it says about African startups received about $4 billion worth of investment in the last 12 months. I think Nigeria did 1.3 billion. South Africa, 833 billion. Egypt got some 500 billion, and Kenya about 300 million dollars, not billion, million.
Yeah.
So
next year, Henry, we have the billions.
So about 2012, Nigeria was actually chasing Kenya in terms of innovation, in terms of capital raising, in terms of number of startups. But now it looks like Nigeria has gone. Whew. What's going on?
So I agree with my two fellow panelists in terms of talent and partnerships being some of the challenges. But one of the things we also forget is, even when we're talking about access to capital, we need to also really think about the types of capital available. Which is why, I was really emphasizing the early stage capital scene. So one of the things Nigeria has that's definitely stronger than Kenya, for instance, is the early stage financing scene. Their depth and sort of like intensity of angel investing, for instance, and all of that like pre-seed capital is much stronger than here. Why is this important? The growth of businesses and sort of like the number of businesses that make it through the first tranche and are able to get to the scale-up point. When you don't develop the early stage side, you don't have enough businesses to invest in and grow into the next, scale-up, whatever size that you're looking for. So we still need to work on that. Exactly, deal flow, whatever you want to call it, feed the river, or whatever you want to call it, right? So we're still lagging in that part. I think we're still, and this is in all fronts. In Nigeria, for instance, there's local venture capital firms that are seeded by local capital. We're still working on that on this end of the continent, for instance. So we still need to talk about how do we unlock and mobilize capital that actually feeds the vast number of businesses that need this at that early stage, so that we can have more making it to become, more, bigger sized, attract bigger investments from whatever, right? Second point is, if you look at the number of businesses that attracted capital in Nigeria that actually pushed them to the 1.whatever billion, you'll find that it's not numbers, more like, there's very few businesses in specific sectors, particularly fintech, that were able to attract that, capital and then, overshot the size of, capital that's been invested in there. I think in Kenya, one of the things we have is it's several businesses in various sectors who are able to attract capital. Not at the same size as Nigeria yet, but we are more diverse in terms of sector, in terms of sizes. Not enough unicorns, obviously. Actually, no unicorns in Kenya, actually. But I think we're getting there. We also need to realize and Jessica alluded to this, our startups scene is much younger than South Africa and Nigeria. So yes, they were lagging behind in terms of innovation, but in terms of depth, in terms of things that were being pushed, they were moving away from the commodities market and trying to diversify and figure out things. And then they don't have issues around, they have issues, but they don't have it as much as us with regards to talent, for instance. They have this entire diaspora community that's coming to Nigeria to build businesses and all of that. So they're leg forward in terms of exposure, in terms of capital. They're coming back either to build businesses or to invest in the local businesses there. We don't have the numbers to be able to be comparable to Nigeria, for instance.
Okay. Questions from the audience? I'll mic to Ben.
Yeah, I just have an add-on to this, Harry, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just because I think it's interesting what Esther mentioned on diaspora. And last year, Kenya had $3.1 billion in remittances being sent, which is great. And it was an increase with 11%. But if you compare to Nigeria had, they went from $25 billion to $34 billion in remittances. So their increase was $9 billion in 1 year, which is 3 times more than what Kenya sent. So you see that the Nigerian diaspora has a lot to say in also what's happening in the ecosystem. And also many are coming back and are active in the Nigerian ecosystem, either as investors or other kind of stakeholder role, which I think also helps to accelerate the ecosystem a lot. Yeah, that was it. I hope that was okay.
Phone on. So it's sort of a question, and you were saying about lack of unicorns, and I think that's got a lot to do with something. And so it seems to me, and I wonder what the panel think, is that a lot of the early Kenyan tech scenes, a lot of noise was made, and Silicon Savannah's made a lot of noise. But a mutual friend of ours calls it Silicon Savannah, because a noise was made, but the exits were not there, and the successes did not come from the noise. So we've maybe overhyped the noise. Whereas Nigeria, you're getting Paystex getting acquired, you're getting bigger companies getting acquired. Some companies in Kenya have been acquired, like DPO that was founded in Kenya, but somehow the noise isn't there, So the noise about the successes it seems to be less than just the noise about we're doing great things,
So are you saying we're not telling our stories?
We're telling stories, but they're stories, and we're not telling the success stories widely enough. There are success stories, but they're not being told widely enough. That's the big success.
I think that's an interesting insight, Harry. Maybe I can talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jess.
I'm a big fan of good storytelling, and unfortunately, in this part of the world, we let external media tell our story. We as local journalists need to tell our stories of success. And stories of success have become about startups raising large funding rounds. I think that is one measure of the journey. The success journey is a company in this part of the world profitable? Are they getting the right talent? Are they getting the right partnerships? Are they getting the right investors to invest in them? Are they opening up past the Kenyan border to other markets across the continent? I think we need to dig deeper into these stories of success, just past the funding. Funding is one measure of success, but raising a huge round of funding, according to me, is not success. It enables your growth and fuels your growth and probably gets you to where you need to be in terms of success. So I think we really need to reconfigure how we tell our stories and how we tell it locally with our approach.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And I think Florence is very deep. That's reconfiguring of what we look at success, or all these milestones or KPIs that we give ourselves. Josephine?
Thank you very much. Josephine is my name, from Konza Technopolis. You talked about the issue of lack of local seed capital. And actually, it's one of the things we are looking at. And maybe I can ask you from your experience with the other markets. This is Esther. Yes, Esther. So what do you think we need to do differently so that we can mobilize this local capital? And by capital, I mean, of course, there's the funds, but there's also the professionals in the diaspora all over the world to really just come in and support our startup ecosystem so that then we can get the benefits that come from that local investment.
Oh, wow. That was a focus of my previous role.
This country was built on...
Yeah. So, so no, if I wish I had the answers for this. I just know it's a long, tedious process. I think one of the things we need to see is this track record, which goes back to Ben's question, really, right? You talk about Silicon Savannah, so where are those big exits, right? Why are we not seeing them? But I think we shouldn't be pointing our fingers at the startups. I think we should be pointing at the fingers, for instance, to the early funds. Let's take a look back into history. I know Jess talked about 2010 being sort of like the start of the startup scene, but let's look from 2006 going into like 2015, that 10-year gap, right? Who was being invested in? And why my phone is here is because I wanted to be very clear about this. The only thing that was not off-grid, the M-Copas, and the only thing that was not off-grid in that 10-year period was who you just mentioned, DPO, and then we had Copia a few years later. Everything else there was D-Light, Greenlight, PowerGen, and Synergy. Oh, Anchors is not actually what that. PowerGen again, Synergy. So we had this entire focus as Silicon Savannah, but we were focused on this off-grid. And I think it was really, and if you look at the founders and also the sort of like the nature of the funds that were investing in that, I feel like they had an agenda and they drove that agenda. And those are the vintage funds that were active in Kenya. And as a vintage fund in 10 years, and you're not able to show proper exits then, so the next round of funding became really difficult for the funds that were operating in Kenya. And even how they were selecting their businesses became very, very, very restricted. And so I think we need to look back sort of like who were the LPs, who were the funders at the time, which were the investments or the VCs that were active, what deals did they do, and how did that affect the entire trajectory of that VC space going forward, in terms of VC funds raising, in terms of performance, in terms of, whatever it is, the focus and the sectors that were, of importance. That's changing now. We're seeing, more diversity right now. But I think for a long time, we were stuck to what was being, determined for the ecosystem. And then, that drove our story. To your point, I spent 5 years working with local institutional capital, local institutional investors trying to educate. There's a whole education piece that needs to happen in terms of, so we partnered with WONK and FSD to create basically a toolkit that shows them how do you assess funds, how do you assess opportunities, how do you do due diligence, how do you allocate, how do you all of that, right? We also did a comparison guide looking at the performance of various assets versus the performance of private equity. Not venture capital, because it's still too risky for institutional investors to look at venture capital. But then people like Sheena here are working with AAA, trying to get more African angel investors into the scene, particularly in Kenya. I know there's Nigeria and other countries in focus. I'm more focused in Kenya. Before that, Sheena, I remember in your time in Intellicap as well, you were working with various high net worth individuals as well, trying to do the same thing. There's a lot of education that needs to happen. We need to move away from buildings and real estate and all of that as the focus. I know the returns there make sense, obviously, but then you need a new generation that can see that there's more to it than just immediate returns and the quick, high returns from real estate and property and various the old government paper and other things, right? So there's a lot of work there, but I think there are people in this room who can speak to this much better than I, and one of them is Sheena there.
Thank you, Esther. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but before we go, I want to help my brother Tony. So Tony has been given a KPI to breed unicorns. In the morning, you were given a KPI to breed unicorns. So can you please give Tony one idea of how he can breed those unicorns? Just one. What does he need to do as Kenya CEO? Anyone, you can start actually, Esther. Okay, Jessica?
Yeah, since I need to drop off, I have a hard stop. I think, look, in the past, I do know Dr. Tony and Dr. Gashigi have visited Israel to actually see whether we can actually replicate what they're doing in in Kenya. I think it's a very hard model to replicate because they have a lot of government support. Now, I feel an institution like Kenya, what Tony and team are doing is to actually partner with private sector and see what kind of programs they can actually roll out together to give more support to the upcoming entrepreneurs. For example, as Dr. Gashigi mentioned earlier, is that fourth year students who have amazing projects, can those projects be supported from that level? Other examples include cohorts coming out of accelerators like Pangea and other innovation accelerators. Can they receive support from these partnerships? So I think we need as much as we go out there and try to look at what can be implemented locally. I think we need a local hybrid solution of our own and not a copy paste solution. That's my 2 cents. And I'd like to thank Harry very much for inviting me to this forum, and enjoy the rest of the week, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you.
Just to jump into that question, Harry, I think what Rwanda is doing is extremely interesting, where they are trying to compete with Mauritius as part of being the financial hub on the continent. And I'm on a conference. I'm sorry, man. I got stopped by the migration police. Sorry. Let me come back to you. Yeah, he wanted me to take off the camera. He didn't understand it was a conference.
Do you want to take that question?
Okay, I think I'll probably take a different view. I'm not obsessed with unicorns. I lean on the other side, where can we create several? You can call them zebras. You can call them camel. They have all these different names in between. I think my colleague used to call them those fast-moving things, whatever they're called.
Actually, in Uganda, it's Ankole cows.
That one. Businesses that are solving societal issues, creating jobs, having the impact that's relevant to the communities that they're in, and growing organically. I'm really not, I'm the wrong person to be sitting on a unicorn panel completely. I just think unicorns are something that have been devised in parts of the world where they're able to do that. You have so many, businesses that have grown to a certain level that they can afford to have unicorns and all these other things. If we have one, fine, well and good, I think that's fantastic. But I think to be able to really move our economy to the next level, create the jobs that we need, create the kind of livelihoods that are needed on this continent, really, I think we need several businesses in every sector that are growing organically and, and are, at a state where they're creating the impact that they need to create without sort of like being this competition in terms of which part of the continent has unicorns or whatever it is. So I take a different view.
That's a good view. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to my panelists. Now we got Jonas arrested, so let's try and see how we can bring him back home. Maybe we need to start a hashtag. Yeah. So thank you guys. We really appreciate you. You are the last people standing. This is a graveyard shift. So thank you. There's one more panel. There's a celebration, so don't go away. Stay put as we leave the stage. Thank you very much. So I'm a different person. And we are celebrating innovativeness of Kenyans. This is a theme of this session. This is a theme of this event, celebrations. So I want to invite the representative from MasterCard to come and lead this particular segment of the program. Do we have somebody from MasterCard? Else
Good
I will
evening.
call Tony.
We have a team that's online virtually.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Please,
Hi, good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself, then you can take the session forward.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Edna Carijo. I work at Immobilis and we are a team. So it's my pleasure to be here on behalf of my colleagues who are also streaming in virtually the larger Ajira program, the MasterCard Foundation, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Immobilis, and of course the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. So my name is Edna Carijo. We'll get straight into this session. It's my pleasure to be here this evening together with my colleagues, as I've mentioned, for this extremely important conversation as we celebrate the milestones on innovation and the great strides that our country has made. We celebrate the innovation of Kenyans and the achievements that we have made as a country under the national priorities of the Big Four Agenda and Vision 2030. During this session, we shall be exploring and sharing and disseminating information on how to enhance innovativeness of our society through skills development and nurturing creativity, both in the urban areas and in the rural areas, and pathways to transform societal minds. We are honored to have a speaker from ICT Authority, Mr. Kevin Atibu. He's also virtually logging in. Mr. Kevin, I hope you are in. So we shall have a speaker, Mr. Kevin, who will take us through the keynote session. Then after that, we shall have a video showcase on innovativeness of Kenyans, the case of Ajira Digital. Then thereafter, we shall open up the floor for Q&A. So allow me at this point to welcome our speaker, Mr. Kevin Atibu from ICT Authority. Mr. Atibu is the head of innovations and incubation at ICTA. He has extensive work experience in the ICT and financial services and is very passionate about this subject matter. So Mr. Atibu, karibu sana. The floor is yours. Then after that, we shall have the video and Q&As for you. Karibu.
All right, thank you very much, Edna. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough. Edna, you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Atibu.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you everyone for joining in, and thank you the Kenya team for organizing this particular event. As introduced, my name is Kevin Atibu. I lead the Innovations Department at ICT Authority. ICT Authority is a state corporation under the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. And we are mandated to carry out a few functions, one of them being design implementation of use of ICTs in public service. We also do setting and enforcing of ICT standards. We do promotion of ICT literacy for the citizen and also within the university cohorts. We also do promotion of ICT innovations and enterprises, and also promoting government e-services. So today I've been tasked to briefly share on how the innovation ecosystem has evolved and some of the interventions that are required to move it to the next level. So I think we all know that Kenya has really had its best in terms of its position in terms of innovations that have come out of the country, right from the time when we had solar tiles to having smart gloves, which were converting sign language to speech, to all the financial inclusion innovations that have sprouted from the country. And these efforts have been recognized recently. I think in 2019, Kenya was ranked 77th world through the Global Innovation Index, and that placed it second in Sub-Saharan Africa, right behind South Africa. Last year, I think there was a drop where we dropped to 86th in the world. However, with the drop, we still had an increase in terms of the outputs of innovation that came out in the year 2020 compared to the year 2019. So definitely there was a growth in terms of innovation outputs. So these outputs actually are as a result of concerted efforts between the government and the private sector. And some of the things that have happened, I'm going to mention to you in the next few minutes. But I'll take you back in 2016 just to paint the picture of where we came from. In 2016, we only had 27 innovation hubs in Kenya. And currently, we are boasting of over 60 innovation hubs and accelerators across the country. And we have over 200 constituency innovation hubs, which are established in various counties across the country. We also have about 9,000 kilometers of terrestrial fiber that actually reaches the sub-county level, which has been built by the government in the last 10 years. And this connectivity has then been extended further downstream to the retail customers by private ICT infrastructure providers. And we can all agree that this infrastructure has played a key role in facilitating growth of innovations, and more so tech-driven innovations. We have also, as a country, been able to host various African and also global tech innovation summits and conferences. And these, of course, provided a platform for our innovators to be able to showcase their products. When it comes to startup funding, in the last year, there was a research that was done by Startup List Africa that showed Kenyan startups as one of the top 5 most preferred investment destinations in Africa. And I think collectively, Kenyan startups were able to secure 19 billion Kenya shillings in funding for investment. So basically, what we hear that there was an increase in investment when it comes to startup funding in the last year. And there are also enabling factors other than the infrastructure that has been put in place by government, also and private sector. There's also the bit of policies that have aided in strengthening the innovation ecosystem. Just to mention, there's the National ICT Policy of 2019, which is a policy that amplifies the government of Kenya's framework for science, technology, and innovation. By examining interaction between research and technology,
Kevin, can you hear me,
education, and national innovation systems. There's also the Startup Bill of 2020, which encourages
can you hear me?
The creation of new businesses by local and foreign investors. And also this bill facilitates protection of intellectual property for innovators by Kenyan startups. It also provides an enabling environment for growth.
Edna, we ran like really short of time. If Kevin can just say in the next 1 minute. so that we can move to the next item?
Sure. I'll be able to do that.
Thank
you. We
you.
also have the digital economy blueprint. I think that this one also underpins the importance of innovation in growing the Kenyan economy. And further to this, we also have various interventions that have been done from a private sector perspective in terms of assisting and growing innovators and trying to build capacity within this particular group of people, the innovators. So just to close up, one of the things that I thought would be important to mention is also what is needed so that we're able to take the Kenyan innovation system a notch higher so that we can compete with the likes of the Japan and the Asian tigers of this world. So there is need for deliberate effort for Kenya to actually consume the innovations that are being produced. This would definitely lead to establishment of sustainable startups. I believe also there is a need to provide more funding opportunities for startups by both government and private sector. We also need to have more collaboration between what is being researched by institutions of higher learning and research institutions, as well as innovators, so that whatever comes out of research is then used in developing or in building these particular innovations. Definitely another item is on the building of capacity of innovators and also developing their skills, specifically in the areas of business modeling, areas of intellectual property, and also basically go-to-market strategies. And then finally, I think we need to have taxation-driven incentives for entrepreneurs and also for innovators. So basically, yes, we do have, we've done some strides in terms of, as a country, in terms of innovation or ecosystem support, but there is more that is required so that we are able to provide the needed support for the ecosystem to be able to grow further.
Thank you.
I'll hand it up to Edna.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Atibu, for taking us through the milestones and the strides on innovation and what we've achieved as a country. And you've mentioned the Ajira Digital Youth Empowerment Centers and the constituent innovation hubs. If you allow me, we have a 2-minute video to showcase these strides of innovation. So if we can quickly play that because of time, then we can wrap up our session.
Thanks.
So a technical team can
This country was built on the idea of change, a change for the better. Taking steps into the future, a future that we have designed, cultivated and dreamed up. So where do we get the spirit of innovation? To see where we are, we need to understand where we have come from, where it all started, and what we have made possible. We made money mobile. We have reached for the skies. We built bikes that brought us closer, and designed cars that took us farther. Innovation is in our blood, and we continue to strive to make it better. We are building a city dedicated to technology to give innovation a home. We brought services closer to people. We too are inspired by innovation to find partnerships that steer us to the future, to turn innovation into jobs and jobs into futures, so we can outsource work to private and public sectors and digital MSMEs. It means being able to create digital and digitally enabled job opportunities for the youth. But mostly about giving you, the youth, a future. Welcome to the future, powered by innovation.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair, at the conference. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edna and team. I really appreciate, and thanks for accommodating us with our time constraints. So this brings us to the end of today's session. Maybe you just stand up and clap for yourselves. You've done well. You've done well. Clap for yourselves. So tomorrow is action-packed. Yeah, so we start our summits tomorrow. So we have the second summit in D23, that's on the first floor. Taken 4IR summit is D11, also on the first floor. Commercialization stays here. They need to make money. And Startup Kenya, my track is in ballroom ground floor. It's the next room. So please choose your track tomorrow. But there'll be a lot of content, a lot of networking. So let's be innovative. Goodbye and have a good evening.
Kenya innovators have for many years lacked the support to upscale their innovations. This is what Kenya National Innovation Agency is here for.
So let me tell you about the Kenya National Innovation Agency, in short form Kenya. My name is Dr. Tony Mwanza. I am the substantive CEO of that agency. So the agency was set up by an Act of Parliament of 2013 to nurture and develop the innovation system of the country. We've got a number of initiatives that we want to establish and promote in order to build the narrative of startups in Kenya. One of them is going to be the Kenyan National Innovation Week. So we'll call it the Kenya Innovation Week. That will happen from the 6th to the 10th of December. So let me tell you a little bit about the 4 tracks that we are focusing as part of the Kenya Innovation Week. They are, number 1, Skills for Innovation. 2, Startups Kenya. 3, Research and Commercialization. And then 4, Technology and 4th Industrial Revolution. So here's the plan. We want to get the entry revolving around the Kenya Innovation Week in that particular time. You see, we celebrate days like Mashujaa Day, and the whole country focuses on that. And on the innovation agenda, we want the whole country to focus on innovation at that particular time. So what we want to do is to run events and programs across the entire country. Counties, innovation hubs, universities, TVETs, research centers, all have a place to play in the innovation activities of that week. And we're going to have workshops, seminars, boot camps, hackathons, training forums, and so on and so forth. For 2021, our theme is the innovativeness of Kenyans. And there is a reason why we want to focus on the people, because it is the movement that comes out of people that then creates the solutions. Remember, each of us is creative, each of us is innovative. It's just that our style and our intensity at a personal level is different. So when we say the innovativeness